Hello, everyone, and thank you for joining me for another restful episode of true, scary stories to help you fall asleep. In my last Missing 411 video, I neglected to give credit to David Paulides, who actually came up with the original theory for Missing 411. I do apologize about that. And even though that the stories that I read and the stories that I'll be reading today are not directly linked with Paulides in any way, I do feel like it is in good faith to give him credit. So make sure you go check out David Paulides and see some of the stuff that he does. Are you a true crime buff? Do you love solving mysteries? Well, Hunt a Killer is a murder mystery company that creates immersive mystery games, puzzles to solve, books, and a monthly subscription membership where you are the detective. Each box is a complete murder mystery for you to solve. You get all the evidence, and you go at your own pace to figure out who the killer is. Hunt a Killer experiences feel authentic and real. It's more than just a murder mystery. It's a whole story. Everyone has a secret to uncover. Perfect for crime mystery, thriller, or horror fans. With different difficulty levels and storylines suited for many interests and skill levels. Interscare Wifey and I have actually been subscribed to Hunt a Killer for over a year, and we love it, and I truly believe that you will too. Check them out in the link in the description down below. Also, I gave a kind of incorrect description on what Missing 411 truly was last time, so here is a better description. Missing 411 is a theory about a large number of people who have gone missing from inside United States national parks over a period of many decades, many of them in unusual or inexplicable circumstances. Most people that believe in the Missing 411 theory also believe that there is a supernatural or paranormal element to it. Now, with all of that out of the way, please lay back, relax, and enjoy these true Missing 411 stories. I'm not sure if this counts, but we were on holiday in Japan and walking near Mount Fuji. My son was 2.5 and running off a little bit in front of us, as kids do, when he turned a corner and went out of sight. I hurried up to check the bend he went around, and reached it just a few seconds after him, and he had vanished, just absolutely vanished into nowhere. I couldn't hear him, and I couldn't see him, so I panicked. I dropped my backpack and set off at a dead sprint, traveling way more ground than he possibly could have ran. Worried that he'd been kidnapped or wandered off the trail, but I couldn't find any sign of him, so I sent my wife to go get help while I went to search. Back in Russia, I was search and rescue, and I was good at tracking lost people, but there was nothing to show any direction that he'd gone in. The authorities came and searched, but they couldn't find him either. Then, 2 hours later, he reappeared in basically the same spot that we'd lost him in, giggling and happy, and clean, like he hadn't gone anywhere and had just taken his previous step. To this day, we have no explanation as to where he went, and he was too little to describe it to us. Besides, 2 hours with no dirt on his pants or needing a diaper change was basically impossible for him. It freaked me out, and now I've found this subreddit. I think that I may have found a solution as to where he went. Thanks, and please forgive my English. It's not my first language. This happened in early November of 2016. I was moving to Philly from Chicago, and my boyfriend had flown in to help me drive across the country. My parents live in Ohio, so after making a pit stop there, we were on our way. Being broke at the time and wanting to save on tolls, we decided to take the toll-free route, which would land us in Philly in about 10 hours. Originally, we were going to leave my parents' place early, but we got distracted and didn't leave until about 4 p.m. Not a big deal. I've driven from Chicago to California, hiked parts of PCT and AT by myself. I was mostly bummed because the sun will be down by the time we'd get to all the pretty foliage in the Smokies. Now, the route we picked essentially had you dipping in and out between West Virginia and Pennsylvania. The parts of West Virginia we would be driving through were home to the Mothman appearances. I was pretty excited about it as those stories really fascinate me. Living in the city, I don't often get to see a clear night sky. Having road tripped a lot, I knew sometimes more scenic highways would have viewpoint pullovers. So when we were in West Virginia, I told my boyfriend to Google one and see if anything popped up. Sure enough, he found one. Being busy driving, I didn't bother to look at what his GPS showed and just followed his directions. I thought it was weird that the GPS told us to get off the highway, since normally these vistas are located right on the highway, kind of similar to a rest stop. Whatever. We take the exit and turn down this dimly lit road, and it leads us up a smaller mountain base. I find it really strange that there aren't any other cars around. I did see a rusty sign for a scenic lookout, and it pointed us down what looked like a service road. The road itself wasn't paved, and the only other road leading off of it was gated off. Both of us got a really weird feeling. I turned off the music because it was so creepy quiet, and my radio now sounded like it was blasting from concert speakers. We could hear every leaf my car was crunching under its tires. After going maybe half a mile down this road, we got way too spooked and said screw it, and I went to make a 3-point turn to get us out of there. At this point, the hair on the back of my neck is standing up. We drove maybe 50 feet before we saw a tree laying across the road we just drove on. Me turning around maybe took 2 minutes, and as I mentioned earlier, things were so quiet that we both knew we would have heard a tree fall down behind us. Panic started to take over, and something told me that we can't just sit there and think long and hard about what to do. So my boyfriend said that he would see if he could lift one side of the tree and move it over. I had my brights on and was scanning the surrounding woods for any signs of movement. I felt eyes on us, but I couldn't see anything. The tree didn't appear to be old. It literally was as if someone knocked it over just in front of us. As soon as my boyfriend was out of the car, the first thing I did was tell him that I loved him, and then lock the doors. I know, I'm an asshole. Thankfully, he was able to move the tree just enough for my car to squeeze through, and as soon as he was back in the car, we gunned it out of there. I'm a very spiritual person, and believe that there are things in the woods that we don't always see. My boyfriend, on the other hand, is an atheist. That night, we both agreed that there was something sinister out in those woods. I live on the North Carolina side of the Great Smoky Mountains. I've lived here my entire life. All of us here know what's in these woods and mountains. Since the 30s or 40s, there have been feral wild men living in these mountains. They are fast. They will snatch livestock and snatch children. The FBI knows. It's why I do not get involved. I've heard other stories that there was some attempt to kill these feral wild men, but they still exist, even today. And I'm not talking about some end-of-days extremist who took down the woods. I mean feral, completely wild men, their own language, living underground. We do not go into the woods at night. During the day, we make sure that we stay on the trails. Sometimes you will smell it, that putrid smell. At night, you'll hear them hollering, supposed inbreds. The locals around here know what happened to Dennis Martin. He was snatched by one of the feral wild men. It's not uncommon for people to go missing here. They're normally found. But you'd also be surprised on the number of children that simply just disappear. The FBI has covered it up for years. Where do you think the movie The Hills Have Eyes came from? It's a true story. I hear them from time to time. Disturbing sounds. They live all up and down the mountains here, in national parks and forests. The stories that we all heard growing up about the feral wild men were told to us due to the fact that so many people would go missing in the mountains. Of course, it was a way for our parents to scare us so that we wouldn't wander too far off from them or venture into the woods alone. And Dennis Martin was used as an example. My grandfather recalls the newspapers blowing the story up in 1969, I believe. The newspapers said one thing, while Tennessee and North Carolina locals said another. The locals said this then, and they say this now. There are feral, wild men living in these mountains. The government does know they are here, and they have made attempts to kill them off, but they have not been able to kill them all. Yet, the population now is thought to be minimal. One of these feral wild men abducted Dennis Martin and ate him. This particular feral was spotted by a family in the woods who were in the same vicinity and stated that they saw the feral trying to hide from them behind a bush and was hanging a small child from his back like a backpack. The feral was described as being very hairy and tall, wearing a very worn, dirty shirt. The military came and stayed for a week in the mountains, killing a handful of the feral wild men, including the one who abducted Dennis. Dennis's bones were found by the military, but this was hidden from the family in the papers. One of the agents that worked on this and was ordered into the woods to kill the feral men ended up committing suicide some years later, not being able to cope with what he had seen in those mountains, and after other assignments into similar incidents. My grandfather claimed to have seen 2 of them in his life. He told me that his first encounter was when he was a child, years before the Martin case, when he and his dad were on a trail in the woods on the Tennessee-North Carolina line, when they both approached a dead-end area that bordered a very heavy tree line. Just inside the tree line, they saw a wild hillbilly leaning over a deer eating its insides. Wild hillbilly is what my grandfather said the locals used to call them, long before any media named them anything else. The wild hillbilly was man-like, long hair that was very oily and dirty. Body hair was excessive. The man was bloody, having obviously just killed a deer. My grandfather said that his dad would later say that the hillbilly had a string of the deer guts in his deformed hand. My grandfather has always mentioned the smell being of pure garbage and vomit. They both stopped and walked backwards until they were out of the hillbilly's sight, but said the hillbilly was obviously startled and screamed as if saying, "Stay back, this is my deer." The hillbilly was dragging the deer back farther into the tree line as my grandfather and his dad backed away. The second sighting is when my grandfather was hunting in '97, and him and his buddies saw a female. They said they were taken aback at the obvious sign of breasts, but this one looked more like Bigfoot. She was running and then suddenly jumped into some hole in the ground and disappeared. They did not go look into it. This is where the underground cave systems come into play. Inside the mountains and in caves is where all of our wild men, Bigfoot, creatures, etc. are at. And that's why they cannot be found. It's worldwide. Governments know of them. They do not get involved with these creatures unless there's a disappearance and they have to go in and kill, as they did with Dennis Martin. Our governments admitting to creatures and UFOs would break down our religious systems. Dealing with the public about these creatures is something that has been avoided for years at all costs. Our caves and mountains cannot be controlled. The underground cave systems are massive, and what's in them is beyond basic human comprehension. To answer some of your other questions in my previous post, yes, the feral wild men are cannibals. They are inbreds. They will often snatch children to eat. Some are raised to reproduce. The geriatric population and the disabled are easy targets for food because it's not expected that they will fight back. They also have trap doors in the woods and doors in the mountains. They will often steal clothing, dig in trash, take pets and farm animals. Though I personally have never seen a feral wild man, I do see evidence of them. The smell also. I have tons of stories of other things that I've seen out in these mountains, more demonic. But so far, I have yet to see the feral wild men. I believe, though, not only because of the other things I've experienced out there, but everything throughout my life. I believe that a lot of the missing 411 cases will not be solved. Kids, hunters, tourists, all missing in the blink of an eye. Everyone always expects reasonable explanations for things because we are still so primitive. Our eyes are just not open to what's really out there. And I do not believe much of the population could mentally handle and cope with it if they did know the truth. I believe a feral wild man in the Panamanian jungle was also responsible for the Froon/Kremers case. I saw something in 2003 that forever changed my life here in these woods. It affects me today. It wasn't a feral wild man, though, and this sub is not the place to discuss it. The point is, however, is that I'm a believer. Yet, I still live here in these woods. If you're a hiker, a hunter, or you grew up around the mountains, then you know the hold that the mountains and forests can have over you. Such beauty, yet such fright. I'm an experienced outdoorsman. I live in the mountains of northwest Colorado. I've worked as a fishing guide and have spent many nights camping in the backcountry. The area where I live is surrounded by national forest. Having lived in several cities, I've always been more comfortable in the woods than anywhere. I've spent weeks fishing, hiking, and camping in remote areas of Colorado, Wyoming, Montana, and Idaho. I've encountered many black bears and a few grizzlies. Lions are elusive, so I've only seen one. Occasionally, I see fresh tracks and have the feeling of being watched. Only been scared a few times in the woods. Only twice have I been terrified and have no good explanation for either event. One day I decided to go on an afternoon hike. I like a particular trail where I park about 6 miles from home. I parked and saw one other truck. I drank water and ate a sandwich before locking everything, including my phone and gun in the truck. Intentionally traveling light so I could move fast. Only planned about 30 minutes in and 30 back. I'm wearing running shoes, shorts, a t-shirt, and a bright yellow baseball hat. Notable, that hat is so obnoxiously bright that friends say it probably scares fish. I began running around 2 p.m., as the first few miles are relatively flat. The trail follows a creek that flows off a mountain through a canyon. There are several trails that branch off heading up into the mountains. I prefer a particular trail that follows the edge of the canyon, with creek flowing below. It's absolutely gorgeous. Before the trail gets steep, it takes you through a large aspen grove. There's a point about 30 minutes in where I plan to turn around. The trail becomes increasingly less worn and more difficult beyond this point. I've hiked the area many times, but something felt off this time. I didn't feel normal. I moved through the aspen grove before taking the steep trail up a mountain where I got a strange feeling. I stopped and noticed it was quiet. Something made me look up the mountain to the right, to a point several hundred yards above. I noticed a large granite rock formation. The area is off trail, so I'd never looked there before. I thought I saw movement, probably a black bear, as they are common. I was curious, so I pressed on. Definitely not scared at this point, but I noticed the silence. I continued hiking and reached the point where I planned to turn around. I decided to hike further, hoping to see what caught my eye earlier. The trail becomes overgrown and harder to follow at this point. I had been further than this before, but never off trail. I noticed an aspen tree bent over the trail. It had been uprooted and broke off. The tree was green, so it was odd. It could have been a lightning strike, but that wasn't clear. I walked maybe another 1/8 mile, then took right off the trail, heading in the direction of the granite rocks. I wasn't concerned about getting lost since it was easy to orient myself with the canyon and the creek. I hiked off the trail towards the large meadow with many granite boulders. Reflecting on it, something was compelling me to go to the meadow. Climbing, scrambling uphill to get where I could set, I got to the meadow and noticed the rocks. Looked like a granite fortress. I sat down on a log, enjoying the scenery. looking down into the canyon at the creek below. The meadow and rocks were behind me. I looked around and didn't see any animals, but suddenly I noticed that it was dead quiet. It had been a sunny, warm day with birds and bugs everywhere. I wasn't scared yet, but I did notice the extreme silence. I could hear the creek before, so it wasn't as startling as now. I began taking off my running shoes. Notable as this isn't something that I would normally do, since I have permanent nerve damage to my right ankle. I walk and run with a limp, and sometimes I wear a brace. I remember it feeling like my feet were burning. It wasn't particularly hot and definitely not over 70 degrees Fahrenheit. I was becoming unnerved by dead silence and started tying my shoes. This is where things turn weird. I clearly heard my father call me by my first name. The voice was loud and came from behind. I talked to my father earlier in the day. He was at his home in Georgia. There was no way that he was calling from the rocks behind me. Immediately, I became overcome with fear. It was difficult to describe how overwhelming it was. I became sweating and shaking. It was like knowing a lion is stalking without seeing it, but even more terrifying than that. Definitely not messing around at this point. I stood up and turned to look behind me, and I saw nothing but the large granite rocks. I started running down the hill towards the canyon and trail below, absolutely terrified and feeling something was chasing me. I literally stumbled and fell and rolled down the mountain. I stood up and couldn't recognize anything. It all looked completely different. No canyon, creek, or trail. It was cloudy, and I wasn't in the same place anymore. At this point, I started hauling ass in what I thought was the right direction. Eventually, I found the trail and recognized my location. I sprinted through the aspen grove back to my truck. I didn't look at my watch. I'm not sure how long I was gone. I was so terrified I could hardly drive home. I wasn't even sure what happened, but I've never been so afraid in my entire life. I know something was stalking and chasing me. Yes, I have gone back to that area. I'm too afraid to go to the same meadow with granite boulders. I considered going back well armed, but my instincts tell me it's a bad place. I'll never hike again without my .357 Magnum, and I haven't since. Something scared the hell out of me, and I feel I was close to being a victim. I trust that my flight instinct kicked in, for good reason. Hello everyone. As a Muslim, I am very interested in this subreddit and overall paranormal stuff. I hope you didn't already lose interest due to my religion, and I hope that you don't have any prejudices, so please hear me out. Maybe it's interesting to you. So anyway, this whole topic is very interesting to me because we Muslims believe in entities living in a parallel universe. We call these things the jinn. Now, you may think of Aladdin and his genie when you hear this name. And although it is true that the evil ones can grant you wishes in exchange for your soul, it's not the only thing they do. Islam teaches that the jinn have been created before men. They can be good or bad. The good ones will never bother you, but the bad ones can harm or even kill you. Emphasis on can. There's a tradition of an event that happened in the time of the beginning of Islam, meaning around 1400 years ago. During this time, a man disappeared out of nowhere. His wife waited for him to come back, but several years passed. She thought he died, so she even married another man. And after a few years, he came back and told her a few evil jinn kidnapped him. He could only escape because a group of good jinn helped him. Stories like these are well known amongst Muslims. Jinn can't be seen in their true shape. Never. However, they can take the shape of animals like dogs, birds, snakes, and so on, or even creepy and unknown humanoid creatures. And of course, also the shape of a normal human or shadow-like entities, especially shadow-like entities. So whenever we Muslims read about folklores of skinwalkers, wendigos, ghosts, fairies, Huldu folk, or anything else, we know that those are jinn. And the descriptions of all those creatures fit very well within those jinn. Jinn live in places such as mountains, caves, lakes, ruins, abandoned houses, deserts, and of course, the woods. Basically, places with less humans. And they do have many different types amongst them. Whether you're religious or not, there's a good reason why Satanists often do their rituals in the woods at night. It's basically a place where you're surrounded by them. In my country, to the people, this is as normal as the sunrise. Now, some people have mentioned in their stories that their relatives called them out of nowhere in the woods. Islam says that every human being has a jinn with them since birth. This one is called a qareen. It is basically a kind of jinn who tries to make you commit sins, whispering bad thoughts and ideas into your mind, like the bad demon above the left shoulder in cartoons. This one knows all about you. It's been with you since birth. So, if an entity imitates the voice of your mother, father, or anyone else and calls you by your name, it's not an omniscient being that knows it all. No. What happened was that was your qareen, the jinn that's been with you since birth, told the other jinn your name. If any of you has ever visited a clairvoyant and was overwhelmed because they knew your name or about the death of a family member, it was simply because their qareen asked yours about those personal things. Everything else, of course, is just a bunch of lies, so don't ever pay those people. I guess that's all I can think of right now, so thank you very much if you made it this far. Feel free to ask if you have any questions. I just wanted to give my thoughts and beliefs on some of the things that I've read in this subreddit. I used to live in the southwest corner of Missouri, in an old railroad town that had quite a few missing people here and there, mostly due to a high tweaker population. I lived in what we called a holler, at the bottom of the tops of two enormous hills. A creek ran through the holler, but was mostly dry throughout the year. Despite it being dry, living in what was basically a ravine makes the land and hills damp and misty. The woods surrounding our trailer were perpetually green year-round and thick. You could walk in one direction for 10 minutes and get lost. Generally, we kids used the creek bed for a path, as there were flat rocks along it that were easier to navigate than the viney, lush forest floor. One day, in the middle of the summer, I decided to go for a walk in the woods. As usual, our red-nosed pit bull, Fatty, came along. The sun would be setting soon, but I was home alone a lot at that time, so there was no one around to tell me not to go. I figured I had enough time before sunset to walk to a certain point and back. It was 7:30, and the sun set around 9 at that point in the summer. The minute I started trekking it down the creek bed, my pit bull started whining. He didn't leave my side once, but was reluctant, stopping here and there to smell the air, looking behind us. I figured maybe there was an animal in the area, so I didn't worry too much. There was a point in the creek bed where I had to duck under the two fallen trees. It made sort of a bridge in the middle of the creek, and acted as a turnaround point for most of my walks. My dog was still whining, and I began to wonder if there was a cougar or even a bear in the area, but for some reason, I wanted to keep walking. I ducked under the trees, shushed Fatty, and stopped to listen to the woods surrounding us. I heard nothing. Literally nothing. No wind, no snapping twigs, not even any birds. Even on calm days, with little wind, those woods were usually teeming with sounds of life. Nothing was ever still, but now it was. It made my stomach feel like it was dropping down into a pit. Then, I began to feel really weird. I can't describe it really as a gut feeling, but suddenly my body felt very queasy and oversensitive. And worse, I had the distinct feeling that I was being watched. I felt similar feelings when being watched by a bear. It's weird, but something tells you to get the fuck out of Dodge when there's just a huge animal nearby. Humans are animals. We have instincts. Every time I had experienced an animal that could potentially hurt me in the woods, I had immediately turned around and gone home. My dog had always alerted me by barking or growling, but not this time. Fatty was scared and trembling. I'd seen this dog get hit by a truck before and get up like nothing happened, and he was terrified. All signs pointed to leaving, right? But no, another weird thing happened. Call it being an edgy teenager or anything else, but I felt this strange pull into the woods. There was no sound, but I felt like something was calling me, luring me deeper into the woods. It was the creepiest thing I had ever felt in my life, but I was so curious. I wanted to know what the hell wanted me to wander further ahead. I walked forward, aware that my dog had firmly planted himself at the fallen trees. He was shaking all over and yelped at me as I walked away, but he didn't come with me. He also didn't leave, which I believe potentially saved my butt that day. I left Fatty behind and eventually got to the part of the creek that I had never been to. It was a clearing with a ring of trees around it, with the creek stretching far ahead and going around an unforeseen corner. The sun hadn't moved, and it was still silent. I stood in place for a minute and considered turning around. The clearing was creepy and felt devoid of everything. I can't explain it well enough. It felt as if I walked around that corner, which was just about 100 feet away, that something terrible would happen. I felt like something was just waiting for me to walk into it, unsuspecting. I brushed it off as paranoia. I had plenty of sunlight left, and I could explore alone for once. Besides, if something was drawing me farther in, I might find something amazing. I took a couple more steps, and suddenly, I heard my dog yelping frantically behind me. Startled, I turned around quickly, my dog looking like a little white speck far back into the trees. He was pacing back and forth at his spot, barking like it would kill him if he didn't take off running. He kept lunging forward, but wouldn't move any distance towards me. I suddenly realized that something was very wrong. I turned around again, and to look back at the clearing. It was pitch black outside. I shit you not. Seconds ago, the sun wasn't even close to going down below the horizon, and now the stars were out. No sun, no light. I stared hard at the trees around the corner, seeing nothing but elongated shadows. I heard a twig snap. All of a sudden, my ears started to ring and panic flooded my entire body. I whipped around and shot back towards the fallen trees, sprinting towards my dog. He was snarling and barking like mad, and when I ducked under the trees, both of us sprinted back to the house. The entire time, I felt like I had death on my heels, and Fatty never once ran ahead of me, staying right at my side the entire way back. When I made it home, I checked the clock. During a walk that usually takes 10 minutes, I had been gone for 3 hours. I'd left my house at 7:30 and arrived home at 10:30. My parents were due home in an hour. The next day, I walked only part way back to where I could see the clearing. The very farthest I could have walked was about 2 miles, and it took 3 hours. To this day, I have never felt so proud upon in the woods. These woods weren't part of a national park, but if you walk 10 miles or so, you could reach Mark Twain National Park. People go missing there often, seeing as the woods can be impossible to navigate after dark, and has large hollows in the middle of the woods that people can roll into and get stuck. I don't know what wanted me in the woods that day. I didn't see what it was, and it said nothing to me, but I ignored every natural instinct I had to run until it was almost too late. My dog being there may have been the reason that I didn't wander deeper into the woods of Missouri and succumb to someone or something in the dark. I've never told anyone in my waking life about this. What do you guys think? Have you heard of any 411 cases involving Missouri woods and hollers? Do any of you have similar experiences if you're from the area? Joshua Maddox went missing and was found 7 years later in an abandoned house in the chimney. He was positioned in a way that defies logic. His clothes were neatly folded inside the house. Very bizarre circumstances. Joshua Vernon Maddox disappeared May 8, 2008, Woodland Park, Colorado. Body found August 7, 2015. On May 8, 2008, Josh Maddox, 18, left his house to take a walk. He was a nature lover, so this was nothing unusual. He was never seen alive again. 7 years later, in August of 2015, less than a mile away from Josh's home, property developer Chuck Murphy was demolishing an old wood cabin to make way for 32 new family homes. The cabin hadn't been used in years, and the inside was damp and rotten. Work to demolish the chimney inside the cabin started, and to the surprise of the demolition team, crammed inside the brickwork was a mummified body, which later was confirmed as Joshua. His body was naked, apart from a thin shirt, and his clothes were neatly stacked inside the cabin. What happened to Josh? Did he climb in? Was he forced in? The story of Josh Maddox continues to stir debate amongst armchair detectives. Who was Josh Maddox? Joshua Maddox was born on March 9, 1990, and lived in Woodland Park, a town of 7,000 to 9,000 people, in the Pike National Forest in Teller County, Colorado. His parents were divorced, and Josh lived with his father Mike and two sisters Kate and Ruth. He was long-haired, 6 feet tall, blonde, and weighed 150 pounds. He had a carefree attitude to life, loved music, spending much of his free time writing music or playing the guitar. At school, he was a bright student and was seemingly well-liked. 2 years before Josh's disappearance, on June 1st, 2006, a week before his high school graduation, his older brother, Zachary, 18 years old, unalived himself after suffering from severe depression. Mike Maddox said, "I buried his older brother 2 years before, and it was so difficult on Josh. When his brother died, it pushed him over the edge. It was a big shock for the whole family, and a big shock for Josh. He thought highly of his older brother." Despite this, Josh has been doing well and happy in the period around 2008. The disappearance of Josh Maddox. On May 8, 2008, Josh left his house, telling his sister Kate that he was going out for a walk. He often went out hiking alone. So, when his sister saw him at the house before he left, she thought little of it. But when he failed to return later that evening, the family became worried. On May 13th, 5 days after he disappeared, his father, Mike, called the police to report Josh missing. Mike said, "I got up one morning and Josh was there. Then he just never came home. The next day he still didn't come home. I called his friends. Nobody had seen him. Nobody knows where he is." The search for Josh. The authorities, friends, and family scoured the neighborhood and nearby Parkland area where Josh may have decided to go walking. After months of searching, nothing had been uncovered, and hopes faded. Josh's sister Kate hoped that he had simply left town to go and play music or start a different life. She wrote of her brother's disappearance. Since Josh was 18, it has been reasonable to assume that he may have decided to leave town and start a new life. As one of his two older sisters, I have always chosen to believe that this was the case. I've expected Josh to return home to my father's house at any time, with a wife and small children, so that they can meet their grandparents and 2 aunts. Josh has always been known for his musical and literary talent, so maybe he would find him playing music with a band on tour, or catch him writing successful novels under a pen name so that he could keep his preferred lifestyle of solitude in the woods. The police had no reason to suspect any foul play, and so listed him as a missing person. The body in the chimney. Chuck Murphy's cabin, where Josh Maddox's corpse was discovered in August of 2015. In 2015, Chuck Murphy, 80 years old, a builder from Colorado Springs, was demolishing his old wood cabin on Meadowlark Lane, which was in a large area of land surrounded by tall pines. Chuck had originally purchased the cabin in the 1950s. It had formerly been the homestead of Thunderhead Ranch on Rampart Range Road on Woodland Park's north side. It was an infamous dining, drinking, and gambling complex owned by Big Bert Bergstrom in the 1930s to 1950s. He had come to America from Sweden in 1912 and ran the Thunderhead Inn as a dining and drinking establishment after the end of Prohibition. He also used the ranch as an illegal gambling and prostitution den, and he was arrested by the FBI. In the subsequent trial, the jury found him not guilty. The cabin hadn't been used for a decade and had fallen into a state of disrepair. Chuck had made the decision to demolish the cabin to make way for property development, and in August of 2015, demolition work started. Chuck's brother had lived in the cabin until 2005, but since moving out, it had become a storage facility and it had been rarely visited. Animals had been a problem, and there was a noticeable stench when Chuck came home to the cabin on August 7th. As the workers dismantled the chimney, one of the two in the cabin, using an excavator, and reached the interior, Chuck made the horrific discovery of the body of a young man, cramped into a fetal position with his legs above his head. He called the police, who arrived with the county coroner, who later, with the help of dental records, positively identified the body to be that of the missing man, Joshua Maddox. The Maddox family was shocked by the news of the discovery of Josh's body. His sister Kate said, "The situation doesn't make any sense at all. We were really expecting him to be anywhere else in the world, and he was actually very close. The only thing we can figure is he was being an 18-year-old kid checking out a cabin. It had already been abandoned for a long time, and a horrible accident happened." The cabin was only 2 blocks from the Maddox family home, yet the searches for Josh had overlooked the building. There had not been any sign of life, and there was no reason to check a chimney there. Chuck Murphy, the cabin owner himself, had rarely visited. However, on the occasions that he had to check in, he himself had not noticed anything unusual about the property. Since the cabin itself stood centrally in a large plot of land, surrounded by tall pines, around 50 feet from the road, police suggested that with no adjacent homes, if Josh had cried for help, no one would have been able to hear him regardless. Further investigation into Josh's death. The Teller County coroner, Al Bourne, did an autopsy and found no evidence of any drugs in Josh's remains. He said the hard tissue showed no signs of trauma. There were no broken bones, no knife marks, there were no bullet holes. There is so far no answers to a number of things. It's very confusing. It was not instant death. How he died is only a matter of speculation, but we know he did not starve to death because that takes many weeks. So when you go down the chain and you have dehydration, which can take just a few days, and the other thing would be hypothermia, which could take a day or two. We have no evidence to say which one came first. On September 28, 2015, Bourne made a ruling of accidental death. He speculated that Josh had climbed into the chimney and become stuck in the brickwork. Bourne stated that Josh's position in the chimney appeared to have been a voluntary act in order to gain access. He concluded the most likely cause of death was hypothermia, as the temperature around the time of his disappearance, between May 8th and 10th, 2008, had dropped to the high 20s. Discrepancies in the coroner's report. Many disagreed with the coroner's report. Chuck questioned the coroner's conclusion of accidental death, as the chimney had been built 20 years before and during its construction. It had been fitted with a thick wire mesh hung from steel hooks, used to keep animals and debris from becoming lodged inside the chimney, or from entering the cabin itself. Murphy said, "It was a heavy wire grate, a wire mesh. I installed it across the chimney about 1 row of bricks from the top. We didn't want any trouble with raccoons and things getting in the chimney." Bourne was of the opinion that the grate could have been rusted or corroded, and further stated, "Nobody saw the metal mesh. We didn't see it in any of our photos. It may have disappeared." Murphy responded that during the demolition, all metalwork had been collected and taken for scrap, which would explain why the mesh was not clearly identified by the coroner, as it wasn't anywhere near the chimney. They were just gathering up all the steel, angle iron, and things as part of the demolition, Murphy said. They had no idea the mesh had any significance. Conceding to Murphy, Bourne reopened the case 3 days after his initial conclusion. It was not only the rebar that caused doubt. For example, a large wooden breakfast bar that had been torn from a wall in the kitchen and dragged over to block the chimney from inside the cabin. If the breakfast bar had been torn from the wall, then who had done it and why? Josh's body had also been found in a fetal position, with his legs above his head and disjointed from his torso. In order to have gotten into such a position, it would have had to have entered the chimney head first. This was a fairly unusual position, and Bourne had earlier commented that he thought it would have taken 2 people to position him in such a fashion. What was even stranger was that when Josh's body had been found, he was wearing only a thin thermal shirt, and his clothes had actually been found inside the cabin, folded up next to the fireplace. Bourne said of this evidence, "This one really taxed our brains. We found his clothing just outside the firebox. He only had on a thermal t-shirt. We don't know why he took his clothes off, took his shoes and socks off, and then went outside, climbed on the roof and went down the chimney. It was not linear thinking." The revised autopsy report said that the cause of death was an accidental death, murder, or undetermined causes. Bourne said, "We've come up with the most plausible explanation, and it will remain an accident. He did come down the chimney. That's our conclusion." Murphy said, "There's no way that guy crawled inside the chimney with that steel webbing. He didn't come down the chimney," and he remained convinced that Josh's death had been no accident, adding, "He was only wearing his thermal shirt, no pants, no shoes or socks." Murphy said was ridiculous to think that the teen stripped down to just his shirt, climbed up on the roof and then the chimney and slid down, knowing that he'd be trapped. Theories on the Josh Maddox death and Andy Newman link. The police received several anonymous tip-offs, suggesting leads and naming suspects that had bragged of killing Josh. One such suspect is now incarcerated in a Texas jail and had previous time in Seattle and Portland prisons with a long history of violent crime. One tip-off had informed police that this man had been seen with Josh. When speaking of the man, Alborn said, "They can't give me times and specifics, and we can't generate stuff that goes back 7 years." Bourne also doubted that the man would have been able to have put Josh in the chimney alone. In 2015, a post on Reddit gave a name to the suspect just mentioned. The post said, "I went to high school with this skinny, dorky hippie named Andy, who played guitar in a band. I was never good friends with him or anything, but a year or so after I graduated, one of my good friends, Josh, started hanging out with him, and then he went missing. Turns out that, in addition to becoming a lot scarier looking, Andy had indeed headed down to New Mexico, where he found himself shooting the shit with the caretaker of a disabled guy, and got invited over to their apartment. The caretaker gets in the shower, and when he comes back out, the disabled guy is stabbed to death and Andy's gone. When Andy got arrested, he also claimed to have killed a woman in Taos and stuffed her body in a barrel. The cops had indeed found a woman stuffed in a barrel in Taos, but already had someone in custody for it, and decided to stick with that guy instead. Years later, I found out that the caretaker had died in a bar fight, and without him, the cops didn't have much in the way of evidence somehow, so that case against Andy was dropped too. Several of us went to the cops saying, 'Yo, Josh, who went missing, was last seen with Andy, who's a murderer. Maybe you should check that out.' Despite a fair amount of pestering, nothing ever really came of it. And by nothing, I mean that the police honestly didn't even return our calls. And once accidentally canceled the bulletin on Josh because he's alive and well and living in the next town over. He wasn't. He was actually in the chimney of an abandoned cabin, like 2 blocks from his parents' house. The coroner said the body had been there for about 7 years and ruled the death accidental, concluding that Josh had probably climbed down the chimney in an attempt to break into the house and gotten stuck, which, given the age of the corpse, doesn't seem overly ridiculous. Except for the fact that, in addition to Josh having been last seen with Andy immediately before his stabbing spree, people called in to report having heard rumors that Andy was bragging about having put Josh in a hole. Somebody had ripped a heavy bar off the wall in the kitchen and propped it against the fireplace. Or the fact that Josh's stuff was already inside the cabin, meaning A, he'd already broken in and would have had to have locked himself out to go for the chimney, or B, He might have noticed that either the flu or the big bar have prevented him from getting through the fireplace, or the fact that when he was found, Josh's knees were above his head, which sounds to me like he would have had to have went in head first. Disclaimer, I'm definitely not an expert in this. Or maybe the fact that Josh was barefoot and naked from the waist down. This is just my opinion, but I don't care who you are. You don't try to climb headfirst into a chimney via a rusted hole through a metal grate with your junk hanging out. As far as I can tell, nobody even bothered to call Andy to ask if he knew anything. By the way, from what I hear, Andy's still out and about doing his thing when he's not in the mental hospital. All I'm saying is, I wish they had done some police stuff. Open an investigation. Try to track down some leads. Interview some of the folks who have been calling in tips for the last 7 years. Maybe check for some semen or something. I don't know. Don't just say accidental, dust off your hands and call it a day. Andy's full name was Andrew Richard Newman. He was arrested on suspicion of a fatal stabbing in New Mexico and is currently serving time. Conclusions on the case. Chuck Murphy, the owner of the cabin, said it's a real conundrum, a tragic, terrible story. All I know is he did not go down that chimney. He got in the fireplace and went up. But why? I think it'll remain a mystery, one of those sad stories. The case is bizarre and perplexing. The rebar in the chimney would have prevented the entry of anyone, unless it really was removed prior to the demolition, or rusted away as suggested by the coroner. Why would Josh remove his clothes and leave them by the fireplace, as well as his boots? Why was the breakfast bar dragged to cover the entrance of the fireplace inside the cabin? These are things that we might not never know. But I don't think that he climbed in himself. So I just recently found out about Missing 411, and reading a few of the experiences here kind of made me feel better about mine. Like, I'm not the only one who experienced something bizarre like this. I guess I can also count myself lucky. This all occurred when I was 6 years old, in Managua, Nicaragua. My grandmother in Nicaragua lives in a finca, which is basically like a huge farm. She grows coffee and other plants, has cattle, etc. If you don't have a Jeep or some sort of off-road vehicle, it's really tough, if not impossible, to make it up to her place, as it's surrounded by thick rainforest. Most people use horses or motorcycles on the trail up to her finca. Typically, we had a Jeep that we would be able to drive all the way up there, but it was getting repaired, and we had to take a cab there to visit. It was around midday, and the cab dropped us off where the paved road ended. It was about a 1.5 mile walk to my grandma's finca from there, that we had walked plenty of times in the past. There were homes along the trail, but they were very few and far between. I was with my parents and my little sister, who was 2 years younger than me. Nothing eventful really happened. It was a bright summer Nicaraguan day. Pretty hot, but the forest shade helped. I remember playing with one of my favorite toys. It was the Green Ranger that you could push a button on its head, and he would switch from his normal head to his helmet. Anyway, I was playing with it as we walked the trail. We then arrived to a small stream. My parents are easily able to jump over it and keep walking. They look behind them, and I can see them watch me try to make the jump, smiling at me. I do make the jump, but I drop my toy in the process, and it gets picked up by the stream, so I immediately start following after it. I can hear my parents yelling for me, but I'm too focused on catching my toy. This next bit, I still remember vividly to this day. All of a sudden, I'm in like a field with very tall grass. It's surrounded by trees. The one thing I notice is that it's eerily quiet. I have to reiterate that this isn't a Central American forest. It's never quiet. There are always hundreds of birds, monkeys, and other animals everywhere. At the time, I didn't think anything of it. Then I hear something weird, like chirping. and I see tiny orbs in the tall grass. I'm not afraid of them, more like intrigued. They're amongst the grass like the way you would see an animal's eyes, but they're weightless and floating. I would start walking towards them, but then I got scared and run away towards the forest. I remember getting sleepy as I fell against a tree trunk. The next bit, I won't go into much detail on, as it's just things my parents have told me, but also I don't want to be doxxed. In Nicaragua, my dad's side of the family is pretty important, with big ties to the government. Think senators, judges, military, etc. So my dad reached out to his brother, who was the chief of police, and his brother-in-law, who was a general. They had a massive search out for me, using police and military assets. About 1,000 people total combing the jungle, dogs, helicopters, the works. They actually found a few different bodies in the process that had had stab or gunshot wounds, most likely gang members. I was missing for 2 days, and the next thing I remember is waking up in the back of a bus. The bus driver waking me up and asking if I was okay. I immediately start crying and asking for my mom. My mom had me memorize our home number, so they call and I get picked up. Police investigate, thinking it might have been a kidnapping attempt. They think that once the perpetrators found out who they kidnapped, they put me in a bus. I tell them my story, and a few of them think duendes took me. Duendes is something a lot of people in Nicaragua believe in, especially people out in the fields. It's less believed in the major cities. They're basically described like a small people who kidnap children, kill livestock, or ruin crops. Basically just mischievous little beings. A telltale sign of them being present is seeing small floating lights in trees or amongst tall grass. People say it's their lanterns that they carry. Some of my older cousins kid around that it was La Llorona who took me, but then got tired of me and dumped me on a bus. Anyway, that's my story. Sorry for its length. I am fascinated with Alaska. Since authorities began keeping records in 1988, 60,700 people have been reported missing in Alaska. That's 5 people reported missing every year per 1,000 residents. Each year, an average of 2,250 people disappear in Alaska, twice the national average. Some of these people are found alive and well, and the remains of others are found, but many disappear without a trace. Now listen before people jump down my throat. I'm fully aware how vast, extreme, and potentially dangerous the Alaskan wilderness, weather, and animals are. What I'm looking for are strange cases involving missing persons in Alaska that may be due to something other than the extremity of the conditions there. Below are some interesting ones. 1. Richard Lyman Griffiths from Spokane, Washington, invented a wilderness survival cocoon, and in the summer of 2006, he headed into the wilderness of southeast Alaska to test his invention. He wasn't reported missing for a year. When authorities began searching for him, they learned a bus had dropped off Griffiths along the Alaskan Highway. He stopped at a lodge near the White River, where he left some of his gear and told people he planned to hike upriver to McCarthy, a small town in Wrangell, St. Elias National Park. He was never seen again. Since Griffiths had told his friends he might spend the winter in Alaska, no one worried about him for several months. But finally, a friend called the Canadian Mounties and reported him missing. His friend had no idea where he was planning to go to test his wilderness cocoon. No trace has ever been found of Griffiths, nor his bright orange cocoon. 2. It might be easy to understand how an individual could vanish when he heads off into the wilderness by himself. But 66-year-old Michael LeMaitre from Anchorage, Alaska, disappeared from a mountain in the middle of a race with 100 runners and thousands of spectators nearby. The 4th of July race up Rugged Mountain Marathon near Stewart, Alaska, is one of the most popular sporting events in the state. It's not uncommon for runners to suffer cuts and scrapes from the rocky terrain, or even sprained ankles from the steep slopes. but until the 2012 race, no runner had ever vanished mid-race. Seward, Alaska, located 125 miles south of Anchorage, is a popular getaway for Anchorage residents, and the 4th of July Mount Marathon race draws a crowd of spectators. During the Mount Marathon race, runners climb from sea level to race point, 3,022 feet above the city, and then they run back downhill and race past the cheering crowds along 4th Avenue in Seward. July 4th, 2012 was rainy and chilly in Seward, but the weather did not dampen the spirits of racers and spectators. People lined the race route up and down the mountain. The majority of the Mount Marathon runners finished the race in about 2 hours. Michael LeMaitre was in good shape, but he was slower than most of the runners in the 2012 race. Race officials saw him still heading towards race point, the turnaround point, 3 hours after the race began. They estimated he was approximately 200 feet below race point when they talked to him. They said he was moving slowly but seemed fine, and they told him to go to race point, turn around, and then follow them down the mountain. Michael LeMaitre was never seen again. At 6:30 that evening, LeMaitre's wife began to get worried, but race officials told her to wait until 8 p.m., and if he still wasn't down the mountain by then, they would begin looking for him. They began searching at 9 p.m. and then notified the Alaskan State Troopers. The Alaskan Air National Guard joined the search with its Pave Hawk helicopter, equipped with heat-sensing technology, but no warm bodies were detected on the mountain. For 3 days, people combed the mountain searching for LeMaitre, but not even a scrape of his clothing was found. The search officially ended after 3 days, but friends and relatives continued to search for another month with no luck. Some runners speculate LeMaitre might not have seen the rock that marks Race Point and continued up the trail towards the summit of Mount Marathon. Race Point is often referred to as the top of Mount Marathon, but it's actually 1,800 feet below the summit. If LeMaitre didn't realize where he was supposed to turn around and start back down the mountain, he might have continued up the trail and fallen off a cliff. Race Point Rock was in the clouds that rainy day, and since most of the racers had already completed the race, no spectators or race officials would have been at the turnaround point when LeMaitre reached it. With this scenario in mind, searchers have combed gullies and areas where LeMaitre could have fallen to his death, but so far, no trace has been found. Does anyone have any other mysteries surrounding Alaska? I grew up in Vietnam. My family is very affluent, so we had 10 acres of land all to ourselves. No one else really lived there except a house here and there. Our closest neighbors were 3 miles away. Our territory wasn't gated except for a smallish brick wall, and we had a ton of street dogs that we adopted that kind of just roamed around. I was under strict instructions to never go anywhere past these certain trees that were marked, and once the sunset started, I couldn't go past the West Territory. Now, I want to say that in Vietnam, people are very superstitious. It's not so much whether you believe in ghosts, spirits, the paranormal, or not, but it's whether they can harm you. Whenever I walked past these trees, the dogs would furiously bark, and a few would drag me back by my shirt, or even go bark at my family's workers and kind of tell on me. I always assumed that it was because I was very young, so they didn't want me to wander off and get lost. When I was 13, I became more and more interested. My family went to a funeral while the workers still worked, and my grandmother watched me. My grandmother was a very old woman, and I was a very sneaky child. I obviously snuck off, and while I was wandering through the woods, I explored, saw pythons, lizards, water monitors, and monkeys. Here's the weird thing. I felt like the whole time these animals were, like, kind of leading me to something, if that makes sense. I distinctly remember the first animal that I saw was a huge dragonfly. It led me past the marked trees on the east side of my territory, and then I saw a frog that had a really weird texture to it. Very rough, kind of like a lizard. I feel like I was in a trance-like state. An animal transformed into another animal, and I began to come to the realization that these weren't different animals, but the same one transforming. I didn't actually see it transform, but it could be a monitor lizard, and then it would go past a rock and the next animal would be a huge python. I should also mention that all of my dogs, we had about 20 of them at the time, were fiercely protective of me and trailed me like shadows. All the workers always said that wherever I walked, a horde of dogs would follow, and when I slept around night, they all slept directly outside my window. However, less and less dogs followed me as I got deeper into the woods. By the time I saw the lizard monitor, I'm pretty sure only a handful were still with me. Most stayed back after the first few trees. I realized it was getting really dark, but the sky looked weird for some reason. I stopped following the animal, which was a monkey at this point, and just turned back. Getting back was a lot more difficult than getting there. When I was following the creature, I feel like the woods were just kind of opening up a trail for me. Like, I didn't trip on any shrubs or vines or anything really blocked my way. The way going back, I was convinced the woods had completely changed. I wasn't really scared, just a little cold since I believed I didn't wander off that far. Eventually I heard some dogs barking and followed, and I could see my house. Everyone was frantic when I came back. They had about 100 people searching for me, family and our workers, and a few more like extended family of workers that owed favors to my family. Apparently, I had been missing for 3 days, and the husband of one of my aunt's workers went in after me, and he's been missing since then. I got really scared and told my family what happened, and they went white in the face. We drove to a very popular Buddhist temple, and we got blessed, and the monks told my family what they believe happened while I stood outside eavesdropping with my older cousin. Our family has a problem with people going missing. My grandmother's brother said that he felt like he was being guided with a hand on his back, and he was stuck between two rocks. His old black dog found him, which is a common belief in Vietnam that all black dogs are very powerful and can scare spirits away, which explains why my uncle always picked all black dogs. My grandma's first son was playing in a creek while she traveled a little more downstream to do laundry, and she said it seemed like someone pushed him in and held his head down, and as she tried to run to him, something in the water wrapped around her foot. A villager nearby ran down to save him. The monks gave me a Buddha necklace that they blessed, and I still wear that necklace today. The man that went missing who was looking for me was never found, although my mom told me they did. I believe my aunt paid the wife a large sum of money and bought them a house far away and still sends money regularly. A few days after this, the workers started chopping down trees and a fence was built around the east side of our territory, and we started a karaoke bar that now resides there. What do I believe happened? I have many theories, but I think the spirits are upset that my grandmother came into their land and built over it. Before my family cut down trees and built our house there, no one lived there. I think they were upset we were disturbing their peace and quiet. I still don't like going hiking to this day. When I do, it's never a very far hike, and I don't let my dog off leash because I am terrified. This may be a ramble of thoughts, but after recently stumbling on this sub, I finally felt that this was a place that I could offer something that my family and I experienced a few years ago, that to this day gives me a shiver. I have been camping, solo backpacking, and hunting my whole life in Oregon, and I felt comfortable in the woods and have a deep respect for nature. A few years ago, my wife, daughter, and 2 German shepherds went camping north of Mount Jefferson, Oregon. We found our campsite to be the perfect setup for us and our 2 dogs who need the privacy since they are intimidating to other dog owners and can be loud when spooked. It was not an established campsite, just a nice horseshoe off a USFS road that had flat ground full of trees and a fire pit. The first night, my daughter wanted to sleep by herself in a 2-man tent right next to ours. It was maybe 2 feet away from me and my wife's tent. We made the male German shepherd sleep with her in the tent. The whole first night, neither my wife nor I could sleep. We both heard footsteps, and they were heavy, not like typical forest critters scampering around the night. I was well armed because I was paranoid from reading recently, before departing, about a dad in California who was shot and killed in a tent next to his 2 infant daughters. Needless to say, both my wife and I had 2 pistols and a rifle. The dogs are great at detection, and that is why I felt my daughter could sleep alone, because the dog is completely fearless, and nothing would lay a hand on her without a battle to the death. All in all, nothing but bad vibes and loud footsteps occurred that night, which I ultimately decided was a deer or maybe an elk. Day 2, morning. We go for a walk down the road, and maybe 300 feet away see the circle area in the photo. I see an abandoned road where a rusted gate post, the gate was missing, was covered in vegetation. Something of blue collar caught my eye, and Guts immediately takes off running down this abandoned road. My heart begins to race, because I think it's another family camping just like us, and he is going to get himself shot or scare some innocent people to death. So I chase after him as fast as I can, and the rest follow. He stops after 20 feet into the road, and me yelling his name, but I have covered just enough distance to see that there is nobody there, and something is off about the sight. I yell, "Hello? Is anyone there? I'm sorry about the dog." I got no response. My curiosity gets the best of me, and I have to see what the sight conditions were. As I get closer, I know something is wrong. It had all the necessities for a campsite, including a cooler, propane burner, tent, blankets, folding table. But every single item had been completely destroyed, smashed and torn from what appears to be claw marks. We all walked around in circles, puzzled why anyone would leave all their camping gear behind, including an expensive REI tent. I figured, well, someone left in a hurry, and animals got the rest as the only logical explanation. Still, a propane tank and cooler were flattened by something, and it certainly wasn't snow packed with tree coverage in that spot. As the afternoon rolls in, me and my daughter are playing bocce ball at the campsite, and my wife goes walking maybe 70 feet north to do her business. I do not have direct line of sight on her, but all of a sudden I see Guts make a mad dash straight towards her. Guts is the name of my dog, by the way. Normally, he would always be with me, unless he is called over and she didn't call for him. His speed and focus caught my attention, and I knew something weird was happening. So I ran over there, and my wife starts jogging at me, and I immediately draw my pistol. Guts has completely continued running into the forest another 100 feet before I call him and he stopped. My other dog, Leah, who never misses the opportunity to be the pack leader, is not taking point. I have had her now for 7 years, and this was the first time in her life that she refused to leave my daughter's side. She was hair, full raised, and attached to us at the hip. Again, anytime we hike or play, Leah is always up front, bossing everything in her path, and pauses to look and see where we are, and then continues. I asked my wife what happened, and she said, I was trying to pee, and all of a sudden, I felt all my hairs rise. I know someone was watching me, and then I saw Guts running towards me, and I just got up to move towards you. We spent 10 minutes looking for signs of anything and saw no trails, broken branches, nothing to point out what or where someone might have went. We decide that we're spending one night more, since it's too late to pack up and drive, but we will all be in the big tent together. Before we go to bed, I put a rope with a makeshift coin alarm around the perimeter of our campsite. I used a mint can and some coins and keys from our truck, and zip-tied it so anything hitting the rope would give a jingle. Very unsophisticated, but it put my wife at ease. As I go to tie my last corner off at a tree near our tent, our third mystery item unveils itself. It looks like someone has done the exact same thing I have done, with a rope that was so old and brown that I didn't see it at first. It was broken, and only a few pieces remained, but sure enough, it was tied at roughly the same height, around 8 to 10 inches off the ground, and even had a few rusted washers on it. I immediately felt someone has stayed here before, and put the same makeshift warning system on the same tree that I am maybe 10 to 15 years ago, based on the condition of the rope. Perhaps my paranoia has now reached a new height, but I had to make sure the girls felt we were safe. And at the same time, the only thing I could think of was when the evening came around, I made them sit in the truck, and I fired a clip of my .45 into the dirt as a signal to whatever was out there that we are armed. I reassured the girls that anybody listening to that now knows that we have 2 wolves and are armed, and we are too risky of a target, so we can sleep safely. That night, we heard no footsteps, and the dogs never perked up and barked. We left early the next morning. Fast forward to today, and I was watching the Amazon Missing 411 Hunted documentary, and I noticed the cluster smack dab close to where we camped that weekend, and a flood of dread rushes me as I think of that mysterious abandoned campsite with the ripped tent and smashed cooler and cooktop. We have been camping since and have enjoyed the beauty of the Northwest, but there was something there at that place that possibly took or harmed someone else less than 300 feet away from where we camped. And we all thank our lucky stars that Guts was doing his thing so well that afternoon. A few years ago, I had an experience that I don't know how to describe other than as Missing 411. I was in the mountains of western North Carolina, doing field work for a geology class I was taking in college, mostly getting a first-hand look at geological formations, rocks, and minerals, but also taking some samples to process in the lab back at school. A lot of our work was centered around the Blue Ridge Parkway, and as we were primarily making observations, we did a lot of hiking in national and state parks in the area. One of the days, we went hiking on the trail that literally started on the side of the highway, with the parking lot across the road from the trailhead. So you had to play a real-life game of Frogger to get to the hiking, because most of the cars were going around 60, and the road curved off in both directions. If I'm remembering right, it was about a 40 to 50 minute hike from the highway to the summit of that particular hill/mountain. On the way back, with about 20 to 25 minutes left of walking, so about halfway, I had to stop to retie my boot so I wouldn't trip. It's important to note that we were a group of about 30, and I was at the end of the group with 3 other guys. The trail was only wide enough for 2 people to walk side by side for about 90% of the hike, so I wasn't necessarily in the middle of a crowd. The point where I stopped to tie my boot was at the bottom of a switchback that ran about 20 feet, vertically, up the slope, getting narrower as you approached the top of the section of the trail. I was facing the direction the group was heading, and had direct visibility for about 200 feet, while the trail behind me was just off to the right of my vision, about 5 feet up the slope. I had stopped right at the corner of the last turn coming down, and stepped to the inside of the turn to keep the trail clear for people I could see coming up the trail, the direction of my group, and down the trail, the direction we were headed. When I knelt down, I told the guys I was with that I'd catch up after tying my boot. The people coming up the slope were about 200 feet ahead of me, walking in my direction, but still coming around the turn at the end of the straightaway, up the hill and off to my side, but technically behind me on the trail, about 10 linear feet away, was another 2 or 3 people coming down the trail as well, about 2 turns up the switchback. I did my business and then stood up. I'm going to make a little note here and emphasize it. I did not change the direction that I was facing at any point until I stood up. When I stood up, I noticed a couple of things. The very obvious trail was gone and replaced with grass, fallen branches, and brush. And more eerily, there were no people ahead of me nor beside me. There was no switchback going uphill. It was all vaguely level, though, and even. And there was no sound. No birds, no wind, no squirrels, no forest noises. This was very odd, but I, at first, chalked it up to possibly turning around when I stood up without realizing it. And then it happened. The sensation that I was being watched, that something was coming towards me. I started panicking and looking around more fervently to get my bearings, but nothing looked familiar. The feeling of being watched grew into a feeling that whatever was watching me wished to cause me harm, and was radiating extreme feelings of hate, violence, and general evil towards me. And the sensation that it was approaching grew, as if it had gone from creeping along to slowly walking to full-on running at me. Not knowing what else to do, I took off at the fastest sprint my terrified body could muster in the direction, all while racking my brain to figure out what had happened. Eventually, I busted out of the tree line and onto the trail light in the middle of my group of classmates. Of particular note was that they are now within 30 feet of the trailhead, and you could clearly see the highway and the parking lot on the opposite side of it. Like I said, this was another 20 to 25 minutes down the trail from where I stopped to tie my shoes, but the whole experience seemed to take no more than 5 minutes in total. Everyone asked what happened, and I merely stated that I lost the trail after tripping and thought I was lost. I didn't know how else to explain or describe what happened, and I still don't know what it was. To this day, I won't go into the woods by myself, not even past the tree line on my parents' land, despite being in view of the house and the neighbors' houses, which aren't too far away from my parents. I also want to take a moment to clear up a couple of things that I might not have done that great job of portraying. 1. The missing time. My experience lasted what felt like to me 5 minutes. There was still a 20 to 30 minute hike from the point that I stopped to tie my bootlaces. Yes, I ran after the wave of negativity washed over me, but not accounting for missing time would have meant I got to the trailhead at least 20 minutes before my group. They got there before I did. I didn't freak out over losing sight of my group. The back end still should have been clearly in sight when I finished tying my laces and stood up, and the trail was very clearly defined, and there were others not too much farther up the trail behind me, coming down. There was no trail, no people, no animals, and no natural sounds when I stood back up. Trust me, I want to be skeptical about what happened too. It fits better with my mind, but what I experienced and the memories of it deny any rational explanation. This next story is a comment under the previous post that I just read. I was camping in Allegheny National Forest. I was walking along the trail when suddenly a dog ran up on me. I started petting it and asking where the hell he had come from. Then, about 20 seconds later, the owners came up and were laughing about how he had made a new friend. Now to give you an idea, the trail zigzagged and was thick. There were thick bushes everywhere around us, and I couldn't see their bright jackets through it, so it scared me when I saw them. I could hear them walking, but couldn't see them. My feet were still facing the direction I was walking, and as they passed by me, with the dog, I was looking over my shoulder to say goodbye. I never moved the direction of my feet. Then, once I turned forward, the trail had turned perpendicular on me, and was completely clear of bushes. It was wide open, very straight to stretch from nothing but grass and small rocks. I was confused by the fact that it seemed like I was in another part of the forest. I pulled out my map and compass, and the compass was telling me that I wasn't facing the direction of the trail. And by the looks of the terrain, it wasn't even on the map. It was like I was in a whole other world for a second. I was very confused at this point, and just started walking forward off the straight path. Once I got off, I walked through a small area of trees and I was met by a group of 4 people that were talking and cooking. Now, I definitely should have heard them talking and laughing like I had the other 2 that I had previously just met, which is why I was concerned. Now, the whole thing lasted about 30 to 45 seconds, but a whole hour had passed, and the campers told me that I could set up camp with them and hang out with them for the night. I don't know what happened or anything, but reading what you said made me realize that I'm not the only one who has experienced this. Stumbling on this site, my God, it's like an enormous weight has been lifted off my chest. So many years of feeling as if I was crazy, if I had imagined the entire thing. And now, so much relief. To this day, I don't know what it was exactly that I saw that night camping in the land between the lakes in western Kentucky, and I don't even know if it applies to anything here on this site. I just know I've found a place where I can perhaps share my experience of that weekend. I'm sorry to be using a throwaway, but several friends know my main account, and I've known that sidelong glance. I can recognize it a mile away when you open up to certain people about something that you know happened, but you can't explain it. It might be cowardice, but I can't bear to have one of them giving me that look of, "Are you okay?" instead of, "I can't understand what you experienced, but I'm here for you." It's the main reason I'm no longer able to talk about it. Anyway, this happened a bit over 2 decades ago, as I said, at Land Before the Lakes. My dad hunted, mainly bow hunted there regularly, and while I was never a hunter, I loved camping in the woods. We never used any formal campsite back then. We'd just drive along the trace, turn off onto one of the numerous side roads, and then near a creek bed, usually dry or just a small trickle from a spring unless it had rained, we had our usual campsite. We pulled the car off the road, set up the tent, tarp it all over-angled, and Dad would do his thing while I would do mine. Typically, if I went with him, that meant he'd trek off to his stand and would be gone most of the day. While he was off, I'd hike a bit. LBL, while big, is not a place that one could easily get lost in if you have basic survival skills. Or I would read or just relax. For me, it was a place to go get away from it all, get lost in nature, or maybe even in a good sci-fi book. This time, this early morning, we had left after a quick breakfast. A chill and dampness in the air. The smell of fall coming in. Any of the outdoor types will understand that smell of wet leaves during fall. I mention this only as it will be relevant later. Anyway, my dad had left and I whittled some on the hickory staff that I had made before heading out for an early morning hike. I set off in the usual direction, opposite from the road we were nearby, mostly following near the creek, but not along it directly. I had a compass if I needed it, but I never did. I had grown up in the Jackson Purchase and it was home. I loved nature and never felt uncomfortable out in the woods. Before long, however, cresting a small hill, I heard rustling among the trees. While the leaves were starting to fall, most were still up. Fall at its prettiest. I slowed only for a moment. I'm used to those sounds, squirrels typically, bounding from tree to tree. But then, it got louder. Heavy. Unlike any sound that I've ever heard trees make, outside of them breaking under ice or age. It was hard to focus on the sound, like it was coming from all around me. But not. In every direction I turned, I saw trees in the distance shaking, as if something large just jumped from them. But I saw nothing else. Then, I was probably 15, and despite years of being in the woods for many of them, I felt something that I had never really had before. Fear. Not terror, that would come later, but actual fear. Almost as soon as it had started, the rattling, violent shaking of the trees focused, not in a ring around me, to one before me. Opposite the direction of the camp, and then nothing. No sound at all. Not quiet, but an absence almost. I had been exposed to that stillness before, and while the violent rustling of multiple trees felt alien, this was familiar. I thought about going back, until I saw in the distance, near the last tree that shook, a slim, dark figure. I couldn't make it out. Somehow I felt it was a her, though, and she was up near the ridge, ahead, and I felt compelled to head to her, and I did. I know it sounds crazy, and typing it down now, I still do. But then, I rationalized it as, I wonder if she heard all that too. Perhaps she saw what it was, but as I walked towards her, she slid away, staying just barely visible among the trees. The sky was just starting to really lighten up, that transition from dawn to morning. She moved what appeared to be normally, but the distance she seemed to cover was unnatural. I'm tall at over 6 feet, but my strides covered half the distance hers did, and she seemed to be normal-sized, as normal as a dark, featureless shape could be. I mean, I could see a head, arms, legs, and what appeared to be a dark but normal clothing, but I couldn't track her. Focusing on her was hard, and outside of knowing it was a her, I could tell nothing else as she disappeared and then reappeared among the trees, a couple of 100 yards ahead of me, walking slowly, yet somehow covering distances at running speeds. Again, I don't know why I followed her, but I did, down a hill, through some fog, until I neared a clearing. I lost sight of her as I neared it, and things got darker. like when the sun crawls behind a dense cloud, except there were none that I could see, though the sun was still too low for me to catch. The stillness, familiarness was there, but that didn't bother me. It was the smell that did. Every step closer to the clearing, I noticed it more and more. And though I couldn't find her, and I desperately wanted to find her, this sent alarm bells ringing through me. I've been both before and since, in the woods hundreds of times. One thing I have never experienced since that weekend was the complete absence of smell. Nature has a smell, not a stink, but one that is distinct. One of decay and life, of plants and trees and creeks and stagnant ponds. And while depending on where you were at, you may or may not smell the same smells. There always are smells though. Except for there was nothing. That lack slowed me, stopped me, and only then did I see her, across the clearing looking at me. I wish I could say she was giant and hairy, or alien gray. But no, she looked normal, indistinct and unmemorable, except for her smile. When she smiled, I ran. I had been scared before with the trees out in the middle of LBL. But that, the lack of any smell, the lack of any sound, and that smile, it terrified me and I ran. I was crying and terrified and I had no idea why I should be. I stopped about halfway back and everything was brighter, and despite my terror, I still wanted to turn back. I did look back, and though she was just a shape again, she was there, closer, freezing as I spotted her. A smile again, but one I felt and did not see, and I ran, all the way back to the tent. I got in it and cried, shaking in terror. I did not and could not understand. I stayed in the tent until my dad got back, and I didn't tell him about it. By then, the terror had faded, and while I couldn't explain it, I knew something horrible would have happened had I gone into the dark clearing that had no smells or sound. By night, I had almost convinced myself that I half imagined it all, when, stepping away from the tent to pee, that stillness came over me again and I froze. I looked among the trees, but saw nothing until I saw two reddish lights moving in the distance. I knew the terrain, and knew it had to be uphill from me, but the eyes were descending. I felt her, in the sense that I had felt it when it was a woman earlier, coming my way, and I felt a smile that was not a smile, even though I could not see it. I ran back to the tent and my dad was there, staring into the fire, and when I yelled at him, he just sat there not responding. I shook him, feeling those eyes, that her behind, and then, even the fire had no smell to it. It was just nothing. I shook my dad harder, screaming at him, and then suddenly, the fire was crackling. I could smell the smoke, and the stillness was gone. My dad asked me what the hell I was yelling about, and when I told him, he gave me that look that I mentioned, that sideways glance that said, "Are you okay?" After much pressuring, we left, and while I barely held it together, as soon as I got in my room at our house, I cried. Not because I had embarrassed myself, but because of relief. I knew for a fact, had I not reached my dad, had not shook him, that I would have wandered off into the dark, just like I would have wandered off in the morning following her. She wanted me in that clearing, which felt wrong, smelled of nothing, and I wonder, and have wondered so many nights what would have happened. I probably and hopefully will never find an answer. I just pray that I never see or feel her ever again. I've been in the woods since then, both near there and other woods, and never have I felt that way again. But still, every time the woods get quiet, I get scared. I don't know if this applies to anything here, but I hope some of you might understand. And thank you for letting me post here and get this off my chest. It's followed me for over 2 decades, and I don't know how you can feel a smile, but that was the most terrifying experience in my life, and I had to get it out. Thank you. I had a very strange experience 12 years ago in Starved Rock State Park, Illinois. It was so bizarre that, at the time, I never discussed it. I began reading the Missing 411 stories a few weeks ago and realized what I encountered fits into the Missing 411 profile. Additionally, since many of the Missing 411 stories border on the unexplainable and bizarre, I feel what I encountered was not unique, that it was part of an actual phenomena. Now here's my story. I was visiting my girlfriend in Chicago. On a sunny and calm winter day, we decided to go for a hike at Starved Rock State Park, Illinois. I'm an avid hiker, and being on leave from Iraq, I wanted to take in some cool fresh air. We hiked the park for several hours. In late afternoon, we started heading back to the car. About a half mile away from the parking lot, we came into an area where tree branches were broken and pulled towards or over the trail. Most of the branches were broken high up, I'd say 8 feet, and more off the ground. I lived in Washington before going to Iraq and knew something of Sasquatch areas, so I told the girlfriend that it looked like a Squatch area due to the branches broken off high up and pulled over the trail. That's about the time things started to get strange. Soon after mentioning this, I felt like someone was staring at me. It's like if you go into a room with a lot of people and someone is focused on you. You get an uneasy feeling and can tell that you're being watched. It was like this, but stronger. I started to look around to see who was watching me. It was winter and the forest was visible hundreds of feet in all directions. There was a group of walkers several hundred feet behind us, and no one in front of us, but I saw no one staring at me. As we pressed through the Squatch area, I began to have the feeling someone was behind me, following us. I looked around and listened, but saw and heard nothing. There was just the people, 400 feet or so back on the trail, and they were talking amongst themselves. They weren't looking our way. The sense of someone being behind me was persistent, so I kept looking behind me, I'd say at least twice a minute. But there was just the group way back. The feeling of being watched is one thing, but feeling like someone is close behind you is something else. It's more disturbing. I told my girlfriend to go further in front of me and just let her go about 20 feet in front because I had a strong sensation of a nearby presence just behind us. So I turned around not more than 30 seconds since the last time that I looked back, and there was this woman there. She was walking, but coming up on me fast. There was something way off about her speed. She was walking when I spotted her, but her speed was much faster than her gait. It was almost she was on like a moving sidewalk like in an airport. She was coming up fast and was, I'd say, no more than 15 or 20 feet behind me when I saw her. I was rather alarmed and glared at her. She stopped when our eyes met. I gave her a look like, "What are you doing coming up on me like that?" We stood there staring at each other. Neither of us moved. She had her head cocked back to her left and looked at me from the corner of her eyes in a slightly alarmed "you caught me" type of look. She was completely normal looking, like a local Chicago lady, late 50s, wearing a bright red winter coat, gloves, slacks, etc. In hindsight, there are a few other things besides her speed which stood out. The first thing is there was no sound, no footsteps, no rustling in the woods, nothing to tell me to turn around other than the strong sense of something being behind me, which I'd had for a bit. At the speed she was moving, she would have had to have been running hard, but I heard no footsteps. She was not breathing hard and her mouth was closed. Her gait was a walking gait. She was not running. However, she was moving towards me at running speed. I mean fast. When she stopped, I'd say she was less than 20 feet from me. At the speed she was moving, in 1 or 2 seconds she would have been on me. The next thing that stands out is her features. She had no distinguishing features, none in her hair, skin, or clothing. No shadowing or skin hues, dimples, etc. As a former Army criminal investigator, I know to look for distinctive markings on people and clothing. There were none. I'd estimate her height at about 5'10". Her clothes were of uniform coloring and indistinct. It was like she just stepped out of a department store. Her bright red coat was pristine with a uniform hue to it. There wasn't even shading, which there should have been given the clear sky and low sun. After staring at her for, I'd say, 5 to 10 seconds, I felt like I got my point across. so I turned around and continued walking. The girlfriend had not noticed anything and continued walking herself. I took about 3 steps and realized there was no way she could have come up from that group in the 30 or seconds so since I looked back. There was also nowhere to come from on either side. Visibility at that point was hundreds of feet all around. I said to myself, no way, and spun back around. She was gone. Simply vanished. I checked the group behind us and no one had a red coat on or was looking at us. There was no one else around, and there had been no sounds other than my footfalls. The woman just vanished. From that point, it took us about 10 minutes to reach the car. For the remainder of the walk, I did not feel like I was being stared at or followed. I have never been back to Starved Rock State Park, and have no intention of ever going back. This whole thing was bizarre. How was I supposed to tell anyone about that? So I never have. My mental state was fine. I have a high IQ and a 20-year career in a STEM field following Army service. At the time, I was working on a Department of Defense IT contract in Iraq. I was well rested and relaxing, being on vacation with the girlfriend. There were no drugs or alcohol involved. These are strictly prohibited in my line of work, and were grounds for immediate termination under MNFI's GO 1, which I was subject to at the time. I've carried this experience around for 12 plus years, being unable to talk about it because it's so exceptional and unexplainable. It's a relief to read similar stories of unusual encounters and disappearances. After reading many missing 411 accounts and the profile of disappearances, I believe I narrowly averted being snatched by whatever that thing was. I do not think it was the woman that I saw. I think it was something different, which I could not see. I came across this sub and these stories through one of those popular creepy experience threads in Ask Reddit. I don't want to give too much away about myself, but back in 2006 I was training with a Spec Ops unit, and it's not hard to figure out if you look at my username. At this time, I was completely mentally sound, extremely physically fit, and probably more adept to the wilderness than most of the experienced hikers detailed in these cases, not to mention armed to the teeth. Just a week before my final exam, we were running a drill of which I cannot tell you the specifics. My duty was to stand at the perimeter on the back side of the assault in case the opposition tried to circle behind us. It was like the 3rd time we had run this drill, and I knew I was in a hurry up and wait mode today. Bored out of my mind, I started scanning the tree lines, and I noticed what I can only call a path. It wasn't a path in the traditional sense, but the trees on either side of it formed a straight line. And one of the things they taught us when learning to surveil from an elevated range was nature doesn't build in straight lines. To this day, I cannot explain what came over me. I laid my gun down and just started walking. Walking turned to a jog. Jog turned to a sprint. I can remember thinking that I really wanted to know where this thing led, and how many people before me had run down a straight path like this in nature. During PT, I survived long-distance runs on tracks by looking down at my feet, so out of habit, I looked down at my feet and snapped out of it. I immediately thought, what the fuck am I doing? And I turned around and hightailed it back to my post. The path was less straight than I remembered and much further back to my post. I had no loss of time. I saw no scary women beckoning me into the woods, and I felt no sense of great dread. I returned to my post and the drill concluded. All of our drills were monitored with cameras at each of our positions, so I had to answer for my actions. I thought I was done for. They questioned me and I told them straight up that I did not know what came over me, just a massive urge to follow that path and keep going. My superior simply told me to resist that urge should I ever feel it again, and sent me on my way. I graduated a week later and never thought anything of it. Now here's the real kicker. There was a troubled teens school nearby. We used to run into them all the time, and they'd come out and watch our final physical test. I heard rumors for people that it shut down in 2010 because a kid went missing. They covered it up and filed bankruptcy after telling the kid's family that he unalived himself, but they couldn't produce a body. His last known location was my exact post during that day that I temporarily lost my senses. I am very new to this type of subject and was talking to some friends who told me about this subreddit and told me that I should come over here and share my experience. I live in Colorado, and the RMNP is pretty close to me. I'm pretty outdoorsy, and so I tend to walk and hike all over my beautiful state. Usually I do day trips or 24-hour stay outdoors. Quick campfires and small meals, me and my dog mostly. I was hiking just last fall in Grand Lake, a trail called Tonahatu Creek. It was about 1:45 p.m. My dog wasn't with me at the time because they're not allowed on trails, so it was just me and myself. I was walking southeast when suddenly the area went completely silent. No wind, no animals, not even the smell of the outdoors. It's like I walked into a bubble where nothing existed, or where everything was muted. I took out my phone to check the time, and it was just after 3:45, though it seemed there was a weird fog around me. I kept walking, the silence still there, the odd feeling too. I walked for another good 10 to 15 minutes when I turned my attention to the sky. The clouds seemed to be moving rapidly, as if a storm was coming. The forecast did not call for any rain or snow that day. It was odd to see how low-hanging clouds were moving so rapidly, almost as if I was viewing a time-lapse video. I heard a rumble that came from the ground. It was emanating from what I assumed was deep below. A large crack that sounded like thunder ended the rumble. The clouds stopped moving quickly, but had a very light pink/purple tinge to them. At this point, I was speed walking, trying to get out. My fight or flight response seemed to kick in, and my adrenaline was pumping. The odd feeling in my gut turned to complete terror. Yet there was nothing around me that would evoke such a feeling. No wildlife, no bears, no mountain lions. Another crack and a flash of light later, everything seemed to be completely normal. The wind returned. The birds that filled the air with sound was now replaced with the sound of crickets. The only strange thing was the time. It was 6:30 p.m. I was already on my way to the truck before this all happened, but it should not have taken me that long to get back to the trailhead. It only seemed like 15 minutes had passed, and yet more than 4 hours had elapsed. I have no recollection of what happened in that time, besides what I have written here today. I've only told a few people this. Some said I was abducted. Others said I entered a time slip. Either way, I wanted to share. Tennessee college student Matthew Pendergrast inexplicably leaves town 2 weeks before graduating. His car is later found at a remote swamp in Arkansas. His clothes are found neatly folded in the woods nearby. His journal, found in the car, mentions silver elves and becoming one with nature again. Matthew Pendergrast was a student at Rhodes College in Memphis, Tennessee in 2000. He was within 2 weeks of graduation. His family resided in Atlanta, Georgia, where his father worked as a plastic surgeon. Pendergrast was last seen leaving his residence in Memphis between 7:30 and 8 a.m. on December 1st, 2000. He was driving his Navy 1998 Toyota 4Runner SUV with the Georgia license plate number 934PT at the time. Pendergrast was scheduled to attend a Spanish class 4 blocks from his home that morning. He never arrived and has not been seen again. He apparently called a friend in Atlanta that morning. It was the last time anyone has heard from him. Pendergrast's SUV was discovered abandoned in Lonoke County, Arkansas, at approximately 2 p.m. that day. The vehicle was located on a private dirt road off of South Kerr Road near Interstate 40, parked near the edge of Bayou Meta, a swamp often used by area hunters. It was unlocked and his keys were in the ignition. About 100 yards away were his clothes: blue jeans, a t-shirt, shoes, and socks. His wallet containing his driver's license and other identification, as well as credit cards and $46 in cash, was still in the jeans pocket. There was no signs of Pendergrass near his vehicle. Extensive searches of the surrounding area produced no clues as to his whereabouts. The police found Pendergrass's journal inside his abandoned vehicle. In it, he wrote about silver elves and seeking immortality, and about walking into water and becoming one with nature again. It's unclear what he meant in these writings, and whether his journal has any bearing on the case. His family doesn't believe he would have taken his own life, and there's no evidence that he was involved with drugs or any other illegal activity. Authorities have classified Pendergrass's disappearance as suspicious. At least one investigator believes the scene with his clothes was staged. It's uncharacteristic of him to leave without warning. His case remains unsolved. I just finished the Missing 411 The Hunted documentary, and it got me thinking about some strange things that I have witnessed and experienced in the mountains. I grew up on a remote ranch, 60 miles from the nearest town. It is located in one of the larger cluster areas in the Rockies, near the Walrus Range and Poudre Canyon. A case of a missing boy was highlighted in the first documentary. It's also not too far from Rocky Mountain National Park. As we were so remote, I was homeschooled, meaning I spent most days of the year there and extensive time in the forest and hiking the mountains. Unexplainable and incredible things absolutely do happen in the wilderness. My life experience has made me very attuned to it, and I have a keen sense of when something isn't quite right. It is very common for people in that region that are ranchers and outdoorsmen and women. Most understand and have many stories, if you can find them willing to share. The most common occurrence that I've witnessed and other have are the lights. As a child, this was so common that I assumed it was normal, and didn't realize that it wasn't until I got older. There are two types that I have commonly seen. The first are purplish floating orb types. These tend to be smaller, basketball-sized, and float along ridge lines, creeks, and sometimes can be seen dancing through a tree on mountainside. I've witnessed this quite a few times on the family ranch, and as an adult, I've seen them in Grand Teton National Park. Nowhere else. I'll note this phenomenon seems harmless, even beautiful. The second type are the orange fireball lights. These seem to be different and can be quite alarming. I have witnessed these twice in the area of Wyoming that is well known for amazing granite boulders. One night, my boyfriend and I were watching the Linoid meteor shower. We had parked by the side of a dirt forest service road, with a mountainside behind us and a nice vista in front. We started seeing what looked like orange headlights in front of us. Assumed it was a car driving up, even though it made no sound. The headlights turned off, so we assumed a car had stopped and didn't feel any alarm. Shortly after, we started seeing more orange lights kind of pop on and off throughout the area, long distances from each other. Then we noticed the same thing on the mountainside behind us. We were puzzled. Were they flashlights? Was someone lost? They intensified in the number of lights, the frequency of them going on and off, and they were getting closer and closer, surrounding us from all sides. My boyfriend started panicking and yelled at me to get in the truck, and he tore off out of there terrified. It was actually really scary, but I was more in awe of his reaction because he was the biggest, most stubborn skeptic I have ever met. My second experience. I was home alone at the house. I was living near the same area, just outside of town, so pretty dark. I stepped outside for a cigarette and, as usual, was stargazing and looking around. I noticed a somewhat large orange light just above the tree line, at what looked like maybe half a mile away. I always try to logically figure something out, so I thought maybe a new light pole went up. As I was looking at it and thinking this, it started moving, rather swiftly and silently towards me. When it was getting closer, it almost looked plasma-like. It's very hard to describe. Just as it got to the property line, it flashed white and morphed into a white diamond, then morphed again into what looked like 3 orange balls connected, with the middle one slightly larger. I was frozen. Then utter panic and fear took over me. My inner voice was telling me, this thing's going to fry you. I'm typically pretty stoic in the face of weird stuff. Trust me, I've seen a lot. But this thing was menacing. I ran inside and hid in my closet like a chicken. This one experience is the main reason that I no longer camp alone. I don't know if these were related to the missing cases or not. It's my opinion after reading the book about the Western U.S. cases and watching the documentaries that some type of supernatural phenomenon could very well have something to do with them. I've spent a lot of time camping in the crazy mountains on Montana, which did resort in leaving the campsite in the middle of the night. I went to the bathroom and my headlights reflected back 2 amber eyes facing forward. I thought it was a grizzly, and I do not want to mess with the grizz. However, nothing out of the ordinary occurred. I'll only note that the place does indeed have a strange and uneasy feeling about it. I also used to live in Estes Park, Colorado, worked at the famous haunted Stanley Hotel no less, and there was one of the missing cases where a boy disappeared from the Boy Scout camp there. Another strange area indeed. I won't try to tell all my stories, but I'll share one last one. One evening back on the family ranch, I was about 7, with my parents, my 3 brothers, and me were sitting down for dinner. Lightning and thunderstorms can move in very quickly at high altitude. My parents had an old 70s stereo receiver in the dining room. It wasn't unusual for the house to get staticky when thunderstorms rolled in, so perhaps that explained what happened. As we're eating, the stereo suddenly flipped on. The switch physically flipped, and on the radio, an almost robotic-sounding voice counted down from 10, and when it got to 1, lightning hit the weather vane on the roof. A huge flash and crash. My parents' explanation was that the static caused the radio to turn on, and it just so happened that on the radio station there was a countdown. I mean, it's not impossible, I suppose. That is probably the single most bizarre thing that has ever happened to me. All my other stories are probably better suited for a different sub. I'd love to hear if anyone else has witnessed lights or had similar experiences. Before we go on to the extra rain at the end of this episode, I would like to thank all of our members of this channel. So thank you very much to Jennifer Moyer, Sonic the Hedgehog, Chili MC, Cutie Patootie, Cappy Karma, Pamela Curran, Christy Goodall, Paul Reese, Thea MajK0101, Honey Pond, Bitchy Betty, Down Below, Diane Genius, and Inner Scare Wifey. Thank you guys so much. I appreciate y'all for being members. And now, on to the extra rain. Good night, everybody.